Dale mentions what this episode should have been about.
You want to keep Buck Strickland away from his own son. Admit it, Hank, you're jealous.
But it's a theory that's immediately shut down and has very little relevance to the plot.
Why would I want to be Buck's son when I'm his assistant manager?
Translation? Love me, Daddy.
Wow, Dale, that's an awful thing to say to someone whose actual dad is dead, especially considering the relationship Hank had with Cotton. So the episode goes on with Ray, Roy, and Buck continuing to bring out the worst of each other. Hank covers for Buck, insisting Buck's behavior will improve, but Buck keeps letting him down.
Buck Strickland a no-show? No problem. Meet friends of Buck Strickland.
Was the word cringe a meme yet, or were the 2000s too early? Where the crap is my funny king of the hill?
Your boss should take conventions more seriously. The United States Constitution was written at a convention.
Wow. Lady, those were the perfect words to guilt trip Hank. Hank is entrusted with Buck's rainbow blazer, showing the responsibility he has over this situation. Meanwhile, in the B plot, Peggy tries to get close with the greatest wives in all of propane. And because of her gumption, she succeeds. Oh yeah, did I neglect to mention that Joseph and Bobby were at this convention? Well, that might be because Hank continues to try and get Buck under control, but it's the same old, same old.
Buck and Ray Roy are getting out of control.
Well, you'd better figure out a way to handle those two. While not impossible, you cannot count on one of them to choke on his own vomit.
Holy crap, Peggy, that took a dark turn. But more importantly, it was funny, and I really needed some good humor in this episode. So Hank has one more trick up his... Wait a second, go back to that last scene.
You better figure out a way to handle those two. While not impossible, you cannot count on one of them to choke on his own vomit.
I got so distracted by the joke, I almost forgot to chastise. Peggy, isn't the whole reason you're here because you're supposed to help Hank get Buck under control? Like, I get you got your B story, but the A story needs you again. So Hank has one more trick up his sleeve.
In 6 hours, you're supposed to be inducted into the Propane Hall of Flame. And I'm not sure you're going to make it.
I'm trying, Hank.
No, you're not. Trying would be Ray Roy inviting you somewhere and you wanting to say no, but eventually caving. But in order to cave, there has to be some resistance first, and you're not resisting.
I got to make it up to my boy for neglecting him all these years. He got into propane because of me.
So did I, sir.
Yeah, no snarky comment from me here. That was a really well written and well executed line. It does a good job representing what Buck is portraying by ignoring Hank. Hank violates all kinds of protocol and lets Buck try on his jacket early, explaining to him that being inducted comes with responsibilities that he has to live up to. Buck understands and promises Hank he'll straighten up.
God dog, Ray Roy! I hope you got two girls in there.
It has been 10 seconds. One, I'm pretty sure Buck doesn't even know the word willpower exists. And two, Hank was right down the hall. How did he not hear that?
Thanks to Google Play Gaming, we're taking our mobile gaming to the next level. We can now play Cookie Run Tower of Adventures on our phones and then continue playing on our PCs with all of our in-game progress. Download Cookie Run Tower of Adventures on PC with Google Play Games.
This thing? It's what's going on inside of me. It's my moderate to severe ulcerative colitis. It wasn't always this calm. UC went everywhere I did. Wondering when it would pop up next was stressful, doing a number on my insides.
You bobbing. Get it out.
But then I found out about Velsipity, a once-daily pill, not a steroid or biologic, for adults with moderate to severe UC. Velsipity can help calm the chaos of UC. It quickly treats flares, providing a chance for lasting steroid-free remission. Don't take Velsipity if you've had a heart attack, chest pain, stroke or mini-stroke, heart failure in the last 6 months, irregular or abnormal heartbeat. Velsipity may cause serious side effects, including infections that can be fatal.
Buck and Ray Roy get into more shenanigans, which Hank does hear, and he finally snaps. He tells Buck what, honestly, the man has deserved to hear for many years now.
I have tried with all my might to save you from yourself, Mr. Strickland. Well, not anymore. You're on your own.
The boys find Hank drinking his troubles away at a bar. Dale keeps insisting that all this is happening because Hank is jealous, which again goes nowhere. I don't know why they keep bringing it up. In drinking down his anger, Hank says,
I'm gonna give that SOB an introduction he'll never forget.
Oh, now I see why the boys are in this episode. Hank's about to do something stupid, and as his best friends, they're gonna talk him out of it.
I'm not gonna say, hell, I am gonna say what I have been wanting to say.
Dreams are lovely, but they're always followed by me waking up to reality. Hank gives Buck the introduction he deserves, and in doing so makes a fool of himself. And I'm not gonna lie, it's really disappointing. Like, I don't hate Buck, but there should have been a moment in the show for Hank to release all his hurt emotions, and for a lot of Buck haters to get some catharsis. Hank should have been able to say all the things to Buck that he's been holding back for years because of his hero worship. But instead, it's not even that harsh of a criticism, and it's made more silly than it should have been.
Okay, I can't. So I can't hear shit with this music. I wanna hear shit to do rag.
And now I'm
Than it should have been.
Buck Strickland is nothing but a disgusting bastard, liking bastard. And now I'm going to vomit.
Yep, that's pretty much a career ender. Later, Hank and Peggy go over what happened and realize what's to come. Hank is miserable while Peggy is livid. Oh, not at Hank, but at Buck.
I guess this has probably put you in a tough spot with the platinum circle.
Yeah, well, that dream died when you threw up in True Wagon's hair. But I am not gonna let your career die.
Wow, talk about a selfless moment for Peggy. Everything she worked for in this episode is gone because of Hank, and she could not care less. Her husband is her priority. Again, is that out of character? So Peggy goes to wreak vengeance on Buck and Ray Roy by giving them a strict talking to. Or should I say, a strict Lynn talking to.
I saw that.
I have over 100K subscribers.
Because of your shameful behavior, my husband is in danger of losing all he has ever worked for.
Well, Peggy, let's be real here. Buck didn't make Hank do any of the things that got him into this situation. Yeah, Buck was the motivation, but Hank is the one that did the deeds.
Hank has devoted his entire adult life to you and your company. Without him, there is no Strickland Propane.
Okay, that part's true. Peggy succeeds in guilt-tripping the propane duo, and they decide to help Hank out. However, the two get distracted with drinks in a bar fight and come to a realization about their relationship.
Maybe this is why Mama never wanted us to get together.
Who is your mom, by the way? Is it Miss Liz? Wait, no, you're older than 20, so it can't be Miss Liz. Shut up, I know the lore. Buck and Ray Roy decide to finally buckle down and save Hank's bacon. Their last act together before departing forever. Wait, what?
Then we gonna fix things the way fellas like us fix things. And then we ain't ever gonna see each other again.
I get what the episode is trying to say, that Buck and Ray Roy enable each other's bad habits, but they've known each other for like 2 days. That's hardly a fair assessment of their relationship. Also, that brings a problem to the episode, and a huge problem at that. The reason Buck is acting out is because he wants to make up for lost time with his son, so the two get into all sorts of shenanigans together. Why couldn't they just get together after the convention? Hank didn't need Buck to be on his best behavior forever, just until the convention was over. Afterwards, Buck could have spent all the time he wanted with Ray Roy. Buck is rich. He can afford to stay in Memphis a few more days, or travel back if he has to, or even book a ticket to wherever Ray Roy lives. The conflict of the episode did not need to exist. Anyway, as Hank is about to receive his punishment, the propane board gets a call from Buck about an open hospitality suite. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. The board members all attend, but it turns out to be a trap as Peggy invited all their wives to a spa day, and if they don't agree to forgive Hank, well...
All propane men make mistakes sometimes, including some of your husbands.
Lost my bikini top.
And so, Hank's actions are not only forgiven, but he's given an honor he's always coveted, yet never thought he'd receive.
I'm in the Hall of Flame?
All of propane owes you a debt. Most importantly, I owe you a debt. Thanks, old top.
So we get a happy ending for everyone, except for the Stricklands, who agreed to never see each other again. And nope, that was a lie. And that was what happens at the National. Seriously, I'm too lazy to say the whole title. I didn't realize this when I chose the episode, but I actually have a lot of criticism for it. There's the usual complaints with the later seasons where characters aren't utilized properly, the pacing is bad, and the comedy just isn't what it used to be. But there's a more important critique I have. This was meant to be Buck's redemption episode, the one where he realizes he needs Hank just as much as Hank needs him. Shoot, probably more. But the way it plays out is severely disappointing because in the end, Buck doesn't really give up anything for Hank. It's not as bad as it could have been, but it also could have, and should have been much better. If I could, I would definitely rewrite the episode. Bear with me for a bit because this is going to take a minute. The episode would start similarly, but the only characters that go to the convention would be Hank, Buck, and Peggy. Completely leave out Bobby, Joseph, and the boys. They add absolutely nothing. Have Peggy tag along, not to help keep Buck under control, but just going to support Hank. This way later, when Hank is lamenting to Peggy about Buck and she doesn't help him, she doesn't look like a traitor because it's none of her business. After Hank and Buck meet Ray Roy, Hank starts considering keeping them apart, but he doesn't want to because he never had a good relationship with his father, and he doesn't want to ruin that chance for someone else. Then Peggy could slightly mention, maybe even as a joke, that Hank might be jealous of Ray Roy, which is an inner battle Hank could have with himself. Hank would ultimately decide that while he doesn't want to keep a father and son apart, and maybe he is a little jealous, those details are irrelevant as he needs to do what's best for both Buck and Strickland Propane. He prematurely presents Buck with the rainbow blazer and asks that he stay away from Ray Roy for the remainder of the trip. Hank breaking protocol with the blazer is found out, however, and he's reprimanded for it, during which Buck is nowhere to be found because he broke his promise and is off with his son. Because of this, Hank gets drunk, and when he goes to present Buck on stage, with no one to talk him out of it, he unleashes a very clear frustration in Buck that has been building for years. We can still have Hank throw up and still have him being punished at a hearing. Once again, Peggy decides to confront Buck about what happened, but this time, do not have Ray Roy there. Have it just be Buck. Peggy would angrily yell about how Hank is in trouble because of Buck. But Buck, angry about what Hank said on stage, would tell Peggy that Hank made his own bed. Buck never told Hank to do any of the things that got him in trouble. They were all Hank's decisions. Buck would point out that if Hank were there, he'd say a man has to face the consequences of his actions. Peggy would then turn to Buck and say, "You're right. Hank says that about himself all the time. But you know who he's never said that about? You." Alluding to the fact that Buck has never faced proper consequences because Hank was always there to bail him out. Peggy would lead Buck to think about how everything he's built has been because of Hank, how Hank was always there for him even when it didn't involve propane, and how Buck wouldn't be wearing the blazer he has now without Hank. At that moment, Buck would get a call from Ray Roy. Ray Roy would have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Buck, something that Buck would never say no to in a million years, and he'll only get one chance to do it. Buck would be about to say yes, but then he'd pause and hesitantly say no, because he has somewhere else he needs to be. Ray Roy would try to playfully guilt trip his dad. "Come on, Daddy. It'll be fun. I can't do this on my own. This is your son talking. Don't you want to help out your son?" Buck would then take a deep sigh and say, "Yes, I do." And then he'd hang up and rush out to help Hank. And the rest of the episode could play out as it did, with Buck tricking the board members to forgive Hank. I think if the episode did something like this, for once having Buck make the sacrifice, and also having him realize just how much Hank has sacrificed for him, to the point that Hank might as well be his son, people would be a lot more accepting of his character. As is, Buck gets his redemption moment, but barely anyone ever remembers him for it. With the way things went, he's always going to be remembered as the boss who took advantage of a good man. This has been Shady Durags. So long.
Bruh.
Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Ooh.
If the new Chicken Big Mac at McDonald's looks like a Big Mac, has sweet buns and sauce like a Big Mac, but has 2 chicken patties, then it's not a Big Mac.
At participating McDonald's for a limited time.
You know how they say that death and taxes are the only things you can count on in life? Well, look what they forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Durags here. Woo, I feel great. Had a nice long vacation, and now I'm rested and rejuvenated, which is good because a month without content means I'm kind of broke now. I need to get some green paper fast. And of course, when Shady Durags needs green paper, he defaults to reviewing a King of the Hill episode. But not just any King of the Hill episode. a capitalism king of the hill episode. Today we're looking at Business is Picking Up, an episode that contains really good advice about entrepreneurship. It also contains really bad advice about entrepreneurship, but we'll get to that. The episode starts with the Hills having breakfast. Bobby and Hank discuss how later that day, 8th graders will start shadowing jobs for the week.
Ready to spend a week working in the real world, son?
Yep, I've even practiced my office small talk.
I remember my shadowing experience. I was a CAD student and got to see how a civil engineering firm made their blueprints. It sucked. Despite agreeing to let me shadow them, the company didn't have anything for me to do, so they stuck me in a back room where I looked at books and schematics. I wasn't one known for skipping class, but eventually I just started going to the library instead, so I didn't feel like I was wasting my time. Got an A+ on that assignment. Hank tells Bobby to make sure he signs up with Strickland Propane immediately so they can head straight to work. Bobby, however, was hoping he'd use this opportunity to get a propane-free experience for once in his life.
This isn't about doing something new, Bobby. It's about taking advantage of the great head start you've already got.
Ah! Okay, well, might as well rip this Band-Aid off right now. This is an episode where I heavily disagree with Hank's perspective. First of all, Hank obviously has a bias, so in his mind, he can't see how doing a job that involves propane could be anything but fulfilling. For someone like Bobby, however, one has to spruce up a job like Hank's to find it interesting, which does happen in other episodes where Bobby works at Strickland. Second, Hank argues that Bobby should go to Strickland's because he's already got a foot in the door, and that if he submits himself now, he could have a promising career plan for the rest of his life. Now, that's not necessarily false. The earlier you start planning your life and committing to a certain future, the easier it becomes to make that future a reality. However, sticking too closely to a path and never branching out could mean missing other opportunities for potentially better futures. I spent years trying to get a desk job as a programmer and didn't realize I wanted to be a YouTuber until my mid-20s. I can only imagine what would have happened if I refused to pursue what I now consider to be an amazing time in my life. Don't get me wrong, there's no harm in working towards a lifelong goal early, but it's best to keep your mind open for other opportunities that arise, especially if you're young.
Bobby is a young man. Don't you think he should be learning to make his own decisions?
Wow, the NPC meme before it was a thing. Later at the school, most of the kids are excited about what they might be doing for the rest of the week. Bobby, however, feels he has nothing to look forward to but disappointment.
My dad's leaning on me to spend the week at Strickland, and the first day is just going to be a safety lecture about open flames and runaway trucks.
Huh?
I do believe Joseph just foreshadowed about shadowing. The kids enter the gym, and instead of beelining it to Hank like he was told, Bobby gets distracted by all the different options. This gives Joseph time to make his move.
Hey, Mr. Hill, I want to do propane.
Hank tries to turn down Joseph, saying he's saving the one spot he has for Bobby, but he gets told by Principal Moss that he's not allowed to play favorites.
Principal Moss, I'm saving this spot for Bobby, and I don't want him shadowing me.
Yo, hey, that's messed up. You've known Joseph since he was born. His, dad is your best friend. Bobby finally makes his way over to Hank, but is told he was too late. It seems his only option is working for a company called Earth Cleaners.
Never heard of it.
Very successful local business.
Wait, local? As in...
I'm Peter Sterling, founder and president of this little situation here.
Entrepreneurship! Ladies, get yourself a man who looks at you the way Shady looks at entrepreneurship.
I'm supposed to be your shadow this week.
Well, all right. We're going to have some delightful times, mi amigo.
Really?
Now we're talking. Bobby, you get to see what it's like working for yourself. And pray tell, Mr. Sterling, what is the nature of your profession?
At Earth Cleaners, we only do one thing, but we do it so sweet. We pick up poo.
Whose poo are we picking up?
90% dogs, 10% other.
So you're saying that you run your own business, and it's a business made explicitly to pick up poop. Which means it's an entrepreneurship. At Strickland Propane, we see Hank introducing Joseph to the job. Joseph, however, gets easily distracted and doesn't seem to be taking anything seriously.
She's pretty hot. Did you guys ever do anything?
Hank's married, Joseph. He has been for pretty much all his adult life. Why was it your instinct to think he'd cheat? Oh.
You know, if you twist that valve far enough, you'll kill us all. Why don't you just stand outside?
All right, dudes and dudettes, you ready to overanalyze something? In order for that joke to hit properly, the shot should have lingered on Joseph for just a second or two more. This would have properly emphasized him not caring that he's putting his and everyone else's lives in danger. In context of the joke, Hank stopping him comes in too early. However, it is within Hank's character that he would act this quickly. The scene chose the character over the punchline, which is usually what I advocate for. Bobby sends a message to Hank that he wants to transfer over to Strickland. It would take some time for Hank to open up another slot though, so at least for today, Bobby is stuck with earth cleaners. At first, Bobby is disappointed, but once he gets a taste of the entrepreneurship life, he starts to warm up to it very quickly. Back in the alley, Hank and the boys are discussing their son's working when Bobby and Peter arrive. Hank is ready to start training Bobby for Strickland, but it turns out Bobby has had a change of heart.
Dad, I decided I'm sticking with earth cleaners. It's the best job ever.
What does earth cleaners do anyway?
Why don't we show 'em, partner?
You pick up poop? My boy is gonna spend an entire week picking up dog poop for school credit. I hate to say this, but it seems like the system's not working.
Wait, Hank, do you have a problem with picking up poop? Well, actually, I have a problem with picking up poop. It's that they keep calling it picking up poop. This annoyance is something I think the episode does intentionally. Instead of describing what Peter does as waste handling or excrement relocation, you know, phrases that sound like actual jobs, they call it picking up poop. This is because the episode wants to make it easier to look down on Peter's job, and poop is a word that most people don't take seriously. Ignoring the labeling, I do have to wonder why Hank would have a problem with what Bobby is doing. The labor is honest, physical, and it involves both machinery and lawn care, all things Hank would normally find value in. So what about entrepreneurship is upsetting him so much? Is it because it's dirty? Because if so, that's extremely judgmental of you, Hank. You also think sewage management is a dishonorable job? What about garbage men? I guess they should be ashamed of themselves.
Education today is so complicated. As a parent, I'd like to change things. Though as an educator, I'd like people to mind their own business.
Parents getting involved in education is people minding their own business. It's their kids' education you're talking about. Unless you can prove a parent is negligent and or incompetent, they should always get the final say-so of what happens to their kid. Hank wants to pull Bobby out of the job, but Peggy explains that doing so would just mean Bobby wants to rebel, and that the best course of action is to be supportive.
Well, it feels like this is one of those things where if we support it now, we'll just wind up having to accept it later.
Finally, Hank says something I can get behind. Ignoring that I disagree with Hank about the job itself, it is a parent's job to steer their child away from negative influences. Simply hoping the child grows out of whatever they're into can indeed lead to them delving further into it without any barriers. Not saying that doing this isn't a viable option, just not one without potential consequences.
Bobby has to learn to make choices now. You want to spend the rest of your life making his choices for him.
And here comes Peggy with a great counterpoint. While yes, a child is the parent's responsibility, part of that is teaching the child to make their own choices because they won't be a child forever. This is honestly a very complicated situation. I think the best course of action here is for Hank to simply be honest. Because Bobby is old enough to know right from wrong, Hank should let Bobby make this decision, but explain that he doesn't support it and why. Hank should also make it clear that, in the end, he'll always be there to support Bobby himself, even if he doesn't approve of the boy's actions. Ironic that honesty is the best course of action here, considering the direction the episode actually goes. Later, we see Peter continuing to show Bobby the perks of his job.
I don't have a boss. I make my own hours. There's no stress, and the business is rock steady.
Other than that rock steady part, Peter just described in a nutshell why I sip so hard for entrepreneurship. So many things in life become easier when you're the only person you answer to. While Bobby gets closer to Peter, Joseph gets farther from Hank. No matter what Hank says or does, Joseph continues to get distracted and ignore basic manners.
And if you're cooking burgers or stuff, don't drop your cat in there, because it could, like, explode.
That's me when I say anything without a script. This gets so bad that Dale, who wants to see Joseph succeed, intervenes and tells his son he needs to step up his game.
What are you doing?
I'm shadowing you to make sure that you're properly shadowing Hank, which you are not.
We got another B-plot here that may have had an ending once upon a time, but as of now does not, and we basically never see Joseph again in this episode. In the alley, Hank tries to get some perspective and asks the boys if they'd be ashamed to see their son doing what his is.
I don't see any problem. problem there.
Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with them damn honest work, man.
Probably wouldn't bother me.
It's difficult to read everyone's responses here. I can't tell if they're trying to save face or if they genuinely think what Bobby is doing is fine. However, because the next moment is Khan mocking Bobby and all the boys laughing, I'm going to assume it's the former. And if that's the case, this feels weird to me. Like, why would Dale, a man who handles dead animals, and Bill, a man who is openly disgusting to the point his house has constant rats in it, care about Bobby doing a gross job? My best guess is they have the same hang-up as Hank, whose issues with entrepreneurship still haven't been fully disclosed yet. Elsewhere with the Earth Cleaners, Peter and Bobby have a discussion about successful business. Freaking finally!
You know what the key to success in business is, Bobby?
Doing a task that society views as valuable, seizing opportunity, and problem solving.
My dad's been saying it my whole life. You find something that people want and you give it to them.
I mean, that's included in what I said, so yeah, I agree.
But here's the problem. The whole stuff people want market, well, it's all pretty much locked up. There's nothing new to give people.
Disagree. New inventions are being made all the time. Shoot, it doesn't even have to be something completely new, just something with a new spin on it. You think I'm the only successful cartoon reviewer here on YouTube? I mean, yes, I'm the only one who matters. That's a fact. That's different than saying I'm the only one.
So my key to business success is this. You find the thing that no one else wants to do, and you do it.
Yeah, that works, but that's still giving people a thing they want. The thing you're giving them is a service. People want something that retrieves and disposes of excrement, and as a result, you give your service.
Think about it. Any idiot could pick up a piece of poop, but 9 times out of 10, he doesn't.
That's brilliant.
Bobby, you were given this exact advice by Hank.
Previously on Avatar.
Here's a great one. Find the job nobody wants, and then do it better.
This is why Hank's role in this episode feels so out of left field to me. Hank is the last person who should chastise Bobby for doing what he does, especially when, like I said earlier, there are many aspects about this job that he normally praises. Bobby mentions to Peter that he feels Hank doesn't really get what they do. Not sure how Bobby knows that, but whatever. Peter thinks the best thing he can do to prove what a great lifestyle he has is invite the Hills over for dinner and show off his mansion. Is that a freaking arcade room? And he's got a hot wife? Bruh, I am sold. There has yet to be a single downside to this lifestyle.
I hate to pry, but you couldn't have paid for all this by just, you know.
Hey, my clientele is made up of practically every rich person in the Highlands County area. I've got almost no overhead expenses and no competition.
How can anyone not be impressed?
Hey, did Bobby tell you about our wild afternoon?
That does not sound like an appropriate topic for dinner.
No, but we support Bobby, so we'd love to hear.
Peggy, no! You can be supportive after dinner.
It was like nothing I'd ever seen. It was gigantic, too big even for the scoop.
And it was really leafy. Peter tried picking it up.
But it just crumbled in my hands.
I've never really been a dinner person. I'm just gonna go sit in the car for a few hours.
Well, did the third shower help?
No, it did not.
Well, you can't say you didn't ask for it, Peggy. You knew the profession was about waste handling, yet told the man you wanted to hear his riveting tale.
Well, thank God the week's over tomorrow and everything will be back to normal.
Wait, Hank, do you still disapprove of the man's job? Why? I get it, he and Bobby weren't the most socially aware at dinner, but that's easily solvable by just having them not talk about what they do. The final day of Shadow Week does indeed come and go. However, Bobby has a surprise for Hank.
Dad, it's not my last day. I'm taking Peter's business model and I'm starting my own company.
Bobby's new company will specialize in on-the-call vomit cleaning. I mean, that idea could work, Bobby. Though if you recall, Peter's business targets the upper class and he works on a schedule that he's the master of. The man set himself up for having the most profitable clientele with no signs of stopping, while being in a stress-free work environment that he had complete control over. Vomiting is not an inevitability like defecating, so you'll be limited to places where vomit occurs regularly, aka not upper-class establishments. And even with the contracts you'll be getting, incidents aren't a guarantee. Also, by making your business on call, your schedule is now at the whims of your customers. Again, I'm not saying the idea wouldn't work, but it seems like Bobby missed out on a lot of reasons why Peter's business is treating him so well. With Bobby wanting to clean up behind others full-time, Hank now has to openly disapprove of what his son is doing.
This job has a future.
Bobby, did you wash your hands before dinner?
Felt that. Bobby, regardless of anything else, that jumpsuit should have been off before you got to the dinner table.
Well, there's more to a career than money, son. There's the matter of respect.
See, I do agree with that statement. There are jobs out there that are perfectly legal and earn tons of money that I still would not want my child doing. I mean, despite his potential financial success, how many parents would actually be okay knowing their daughter is an OnlyFans model? I just disagree with Hank that entrepreneurship is one of those jobs.
Other than the fact that it's not the great almighty propane, show me just one downside to my career.
I hate that Bobby walked out in that scene because he has a point. Hank and the episode act like there's some inherent reason as to why these types of jobs are dishonorable, but I have no idea why. So Hank figures if he can't get Bobby to quit, maybe Peter can. He talks to Peter about convincing Bobby to leave his career path.
You have a problem with what I do? Not at all.
Could have fooled me! You spent the entire episode ashamed that Bobby was doing this job. If you have no problem with what Peter does, then what on earth are you so upset about?
Look, Peter, you're a tall, handsome, well-put-together guy. So a guy like you can pull off a career like this. Now, Bobby, well, he's different than you.
Oh, okay. Hank, that's stupid. You think Bobby, the kid who dates Connie, who is way above his punching class, the kid who created the Propaniacs, the kid who got a Japanese girl he just met, and an older girl to make out with him, doesn't have the charisma to pull off a job like this? You know what? Let's say you're right. Let's say Bobby's natural charisma is lacking. Do you not think that's something he can learn? All I'm hearing is that you, Hank, don't believe in your son. You think only certain people can be happy in this type of work environment, and that Bobby isn't one of them. So, in case you missed it, Hank's problem this entire episode was him projecting his insecurity about being bullied onto Bobby. And as if that reasoning wasn't painfully awful already, it gets so much worse. You see, for some baffling reason, Peter agrees with Hank. Despite Peter having full confidence in Bobby moments ago, he starts to believe that there is indeed a good chance Bobby could be bullied doing what he does. So, to get the message to Bobby without him having to hate Hank, Peter stages a scene where he gets beat up.
It's the Pooh Man, and he's picking Pooh. He's one of the Mashers.
The Mashers?
They're just one group of many who take pleasure in hurting guys who do what I do. You should know, Bobby, it's not an easy life.
I hate this so much. Okay, to be fair, I know what the episode is trying to say. It's trying to say that there is a consequence to the lifestyle Bobby is choosing that he is unaware of. Though Bobby did shadow Peter, Peter is too charismatic to have encountered anyone hating him for what he does. Hank knows about these consequences because he, as an ex-bully, understands how they think. So Peter is simulating that consequence to give Bobby an understanding of what he's getting himself into. From the episode's perspective, Peter is using a ruse to give a truthful warning. And again, there is some truth to this mindset. I love being a YouTuber, but I've seen people who successfully get into the YouTube life, yet because of their personality and or approach, they bring about consequences they didn't expect and wind up being miserable. However, even with that knowledge, when it comes to what Peter does here, all I see is a big fat lie. The episode is doing the exact same thing it did when Bobby became a fat kid model. It invents a reason for Bobby not to do a job that has nothing but upsides, and then forces that reason to be reality. Only this time is arguably worse because the invented reason doesn't actually happen. Bobby is making a decision based off of a lie. Later, we see Bobby and Hank discussing what happened to Peter.
It's kind of unfair, but that's how it is with most ways of making big, easy money. It either gets you jail time or your ass kicked.
Hey, what? Could you be any more biased, Hank? Jeez. The episode ends with Bobby giving up on his business, but he immediately comes up with an idea for another one. Only this time, it's one that Hank isn't ashamed of. And that was business is picking up. I both love this episode and absolutely detest it. All the advice Bobby was getting about entrepreneurship from Peter is amazing. Shoot, even the advice that Hank gives to Joseph can be taken to heart. The problem comes in with Hank's clear bias against Peter's profession. It does not make sense to me that Hank wouldn't like what Peter does when the job involves so many aspects that Hank normally praises. Hank's problem with the job exists only because of his own fear of being bullied that he projects onto Bobby, and then the episode has to lie to make that fear a reality. The negatives of this episode hit me personally because I'm constantly trying to convince people to try out entrepreneurship. I know it's not for everyone, and I know not all who try are going to succeed in it, but there are so many benefits to becoming your own boss and choosing your own hours, yet many people simply don't think to try it. So seeing Bobby be manipulated out of an entrepreneurship career, especially one that has proven to lead to a profitable and easy life, really irks me. Yes, it is a parent's job to steer their kid away from lifestyles that would cause them to lose respect, but that's mostly about losing respect from oneself. And if you have to lie to make a point seem valid, maybe it was never a good point to begin with. This has been Shady Durags. So long. Ugh. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
How could you not know you had another son? How many women have you slept with? 5? 6?
273. But this ain't about sex, no sir. It's about love. And sex.
Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Durags here. Cotton Hill. You intellectuals went gaga the last time I uploaded a video about this dude, and a lot of you really wanted more. I thought about doing another Cotton review, but I also realized that the long-awaited, often requested Buck Strickland video still hasn't seen the light of day. So, I left it up to you guys to decide. Which do you want first? Another Cotton video or a Buck Strickland video? And watching y'all vote was like watching black people on a slave plantation, because most of y'all picked Cotton. So today, due to popular demand, we'll be looking at the two-parter episode Returning Japanese. Segments that are not only about Cotton, but ones that give him a decent amount of character development. For the record, I personally don't have any history with this episode. I mean, I've seen it, but my memory of it isn't too clear, so you're basically getting another review where I go in blind. Alright, let's dive into it. The episode starts with Peggy having a conversation with her boss for the local newspaper. Oh yeah, for those of you who didn't know, there's a decent portion of the show where Peggy writes articles.
I've always enjoyed your musings column, Peggy. I'm sorry our readers prefer more ad space.
Ah, welcome back, hilarious King of the Hill. I missed you. Peggy tries to pitch vacation.
Just suppose an average Texas family were sent on a dream vacation, seeing the beach, the buffets, the golf courses, but from their point of view.
Wait a couple of years for YouTube to take off, Peggy, and you can actually do that as well as write it off as tax deductible, though you'll still have to pay for it yourself. Because her publisher isn't an idiot, Peggy is denied and we move on to the next scene. At Hank's Memorial Day barbecue, there's extra attention on Cotton, the World War II hero. Cotton, however, becomes increasingly uncomfortable about celebrating his accomplishments.
I don't want to talk no more about the 50 men I killed.
Well, that's weird. My dad loves telling his war stories.
Now, if you're not caught up, you're probably thinking Cotton's softening comes a bit out of nowhere. However, that's because some context is missing. This two-parter premiered at the end of season 6, and earlier in that same season, there were multiple Cotton episodes that both strengthened his bond with Hank, as well as softened his heart a bit. Cotton might even be getting some therapy given what happened in the episode Unfortunate Son. Thinking about it, season 6 probably has more character development for Cotton than any other season. The point is, though, Cotton feeling the way he does was set up, it was just done in previous episodes. Anyway, when Hank sees that Cotton is dealing with something, he jumps at the opportunity to help him since he's always wanted his father's approval. So Hank and the boys talk in the alley about how to best approach the situation.
John Redcorn set up a New Age healing center out by the highway. I bet he's got a sauna.
I could stand to sweat off a few pounds here and here.
What are you talking about, Bill? You look great.
A bit of an out-of-character comment there. Dale is usually the first person to insult Bill. Hank and the boys agree to Dale's idea and head to John Redcorn's to release some stress with Cotton. Well, some of the boys. For some reason, Boomhauer is left out of the majority of this episode. In fact, I think he only has one line.
Boomhauer! Boomhauer, please! Would you take in Hank's paper?
Yep.
The men head to Redcorn's sweat lodge where they begin to experience personalized spiritual messages from their psyche. As someone who briefly studied under a psychologist and loves examining metaphors, this scene was fun to watch and break down. Bill, you're headed full speed down a path filled with unhealthy pleasures, and it will be the death of you. You were naked in that vision because you display no shame about doing this to others, even when shame is there.
Was it good for you too, baby? I wonder what that means.
Well, Dale, it could mean one of two things. Either A, you're in an unhealthy love life with your exterminator business and it will eventually lead to your death, or B, you have an awful, awful, awful wife. Eventually we get to Cotton's vision, and he begins to see all the men he killed during the war. This has the opposite effect intended, as Cotton freaks out and blames Hank. So now that Hank has had his chance, it's Bobby's turn to reach out.
Who's that? A lady you saved during the war?
I didn't save her. I killed her husband. I don't know what I need anymore, boy. I'm feeling bad for all the things I've done to the Japanese. I got to get back over to Japan and apologize. But how am I gonna get there?
And it's here that Peggy's setup from earlier comes into play. Bobby tells Peggy she can use Cotton's situation to get the paper to pay for a trip to Japan, but Peggy shoots it down, believing there's no story there. This part makes too much sense to me. Bobby has been studying entertainment, specifically comedy, and we see he's got a talent in that department. Him being able to come up with a good story to get funding, while Peggy not only can't, but thinks his really good pitch is awful, feels so on point. Peggy does wind up pitching Bobby's story to the paper, and it works. The Hills are going to Japan. So the family prepares themselves for the summer vacation, and
Believe me, I'd rather go to Denton to fix his problem, but there's no Japanese there. I checked the phone book.
oh no, racial jokes, my weakness.
Okay, I'm packing forks for the family. If anyone loses their fork, we may not be able to replace it, so be extra careful.
Hills, stop! You're gonna get me canceled.
Will my pork pockets work in their microwaves?
No, they will not. It's a different frequency.
So the Hills make their way through the airport and onto the plane. But throughout the trip, Cotton has war flashbacks and thinks he's under attack. He panics so much they have to tranquilize him until the plane lands.
Be careful, he may have shifted during flight.
So a man can survive in there, but a dog can't. The Hills make it to Japan with some local media covers there to greet Cotton. However, Cotton freaks out again because he wants his apology to be private.
How am I gonna get past the paparazzi? I don't want that poor widow to think I came over here just to become a Japanese TV star.
Yeah, so my dad's still on the plane. He had to use the lavatory and said he might be a while.
Hank, I don't remember leaving a duffel bag on the plane or even owning a duffel bag.
Hank, can't you keep that other bag of yours shut too?
I mean, sound plan, but where did Hank get that duffel bag from? I'd say he pulled
Okay, so this is Minecraft with
roots combined to make two rooted dirt. Why? Dirt is currently more difficult to obtain. Currently, you have to move an entire tree with a single block of rooted dirt. It's renewable, but we have dirt, we have roots. It just makes a lot of sense to combine them to make rooted dirt. Cobble Deep Slate should share more recipes with cobblestone. Currently, Cobble Deep Slate is interchangeable with cobblestone in certain recipes. These include things like the furnace, where Cobble Deep Slate can be used to craft the furnace, or the brewing stand, where you can make the brewing stand out of Cobble Deep Slate. However, other recipes, that is not the case. Take, for instance, the piston. It requires 4 cobblestone, 1 redstone dust, 1 iron, and 3 wooden planks. Why not allow this recipe to also allow for Cobble Deep Slate in place of the cobblestone? You might argue it's because the piston looks cobblestoney, but if that was the case, then clearly the furnace would not be able to be made out of Cobble Deep Slate either. But that already can be, so that's not a valid argument. Or how about the dropper or dispenser? Or maybe the observer? There are many such recipes that require only cobblestone, where I believe it makes sense to allow Cobble Deep Slate, and for that matter, perhaps blackstone from the nether as well, to be used in place of that cobblestone. It would make obtaining resources simpler, and as I can personally attest to, after I had to go back to mining a substantial amount of cobblestone after acquiring tens of thousands of cobble deep slate. It would help to prevent more advanced players from outrunning the progression tree. This is a real problem now, as if you're mining for anything good, like redstone, gold, or diamonds, you aren't getting cobblestone. You're mining in the deep slate layer, you're getting only cobble deep slate. Add cricket and dragonfly sound in swamps and mangrove swamps. This is mostly for immersion, but it definitely makes the swamps and mangroves feel more alive. Check out this example. Here's the swamp sound.
And you might be thinking, what the fuck am I doing? Well, let's go mine it. You might notice, okay, so we get a stone brick. So what does that mean? Well, let's mine it when it faces a different direction. We get other stone bricks that don't stack. Weird, huh? And you mine this and we get cracked stone brick.
And here is the same
And then when we mine this and we get some mossy stone brick. Also, I don't know which one is which. This is regular stone brick. So these stone bricks are essentially, you break the stairs and it's like, okay, so this is ID stone brick, and you know, the stair that is, and you know, the sub tag that's IDFation. So it drops a stone brick with the sub tag of either 1, 2, 3, or 4. Sub tag 1 is stone brick, sub tag 2 is mossy, sub tag 3 is cracked, and sub tag 4 is this mysterious stone brick. So what is a stone brick? 1.2 becomes chiseled stone brick. So we'll just place that here. Mangrove biomes.
Let's see, just lily pads as a unique plant in the swamp. Just the lily pads. That's the only unique plant in the swamps. Truly a bastion of biodiversity. The jack-o'-lantern recipe is not shapeless. What I mean by this is you can only craft the jack-o'-lantern by placing a carved pumpkin directly on top of a torch. It doesn't craft the jack-o'-lantern, the torch is to the side or on top. There's no reason why this should be the case. In fact, a lot of times with real
slab
you cut off the top of the pumpkin and put the candle in from above. So even if it's trying to be realistic, it's not even doing a good job of that. The advancements menu should be completely redone. I mean, look at this. What is this? A menu for ants? The advancements menu is so tiny, most of the advancements can't even be displayed on one pad. You actually have to mouse up and down or left and right to see them all. You also can't use WASD or any keyboard inputs to help. You must use the mouse. That seems to me like a substantial accessibility issue. Mojang could and should just make the advancement window bigger, so not as much scrolling is needed. This will continue to be an ongoing process as more advancements are added to each update. For further proof of this being an issue, there is a mod called Better Advanced that does exactly this, which has been downloaded 141 million times. Add a chance for a rainbow to form after it rains.
So we got
Finally,
these.
some atmosphere in the game. Immediately after rain stops, there should be a 2% chance for a rainbow to form in the sky surrounding the player. The rainbow should be stationary in the world, unlike real rainbows. And if the player's line of sight meets the rainbow, it would then grant the player the luck effect for the next 8 minutes. This means if you saw a rainbow, it would be worthwhile to travel to a structure, as the loot you find inside would be better than average loot. Note, this would not change the loot tables, just your chances of getting good loot would be higher. This would not only be an interesting way to introduce the luck effect in survival, it would also be the first time that rain has something beneficial attached to it, and no, hydrating farmland doesn't count, instead of only being a visual nuisance to players. Iron nuggets should produce a cube-shaped firework effect. We have star-shaped fireworks, we have bursts, and we have monohead-shaped fireworks.
Where did my drawing go?
I thought this was a cube-based game. I proposed that using an iron nugget
Wow.
Let's say you want to celebrate opening a mycelium shop. Diorite shop, white cube firework, grass shop, lime cube firework, etc. I wonder where this idea could have come from. Allow compasses to track players. This idea comes directly from Etho. This would allow players to right-click on another player with the compass and have the compass track said player in-game. This can already be done with maps, kind of, but it would be nice to be able to locate players quickly if you need to reach someone. Instead of telling someone your coordinates using the F3 debug menu, assuming you had already right-clicked them previously with the compass, you could pull out that compass and find your way right to them. Living player should be placeable on waterlogged leaves. This would allow really visually interesting coral reef creations. Currently, players can place coral beside waterlogged leaves, but not on the blocks themselves. This is despite other blocks like scaffolding and waterlogged stairs supporting living coral. I've recently received messages that several villager traits may be about to disappear into Minecraft history forever. There has to be a better way. Until next time, happy crafting.
Love me, love me. Love me, love me. Say that you love me. Fool me, fool me. Say that you fool me.
Happy New Year's, everyone. It's January and I'm a YouTuber. You know what that means. I'm about to be broke. With jokes on the system, my New Year's resolution was to not be broke. So to get ahead of the curve, let's start the year off with the moneymaker of the channel, King of the Hill. If you're good, maybe I'm doing some Teen Titans. Today we're looking at the episode Millennium. This episode was... Well,
I won't die.
Well, guys, my New Year's resolution is to look to my audience more. The episode starts with Hank buying Christmas. Once again, no box and no shotgun. I'm starting to think he likes it. I love it. No globe. It's not necessary, but it shows a love for presentation and forced perspective in a way you don't normally get to see in the show. It's one of those moments that makes you feel like the animated stuff. Hank comes with a tree seller Chappie on his squares. Surely the dude's got 1, 2, 3. Because he isn't happy. Oh, goodness, must I explain every joke? Sorry, okay? 5 trees. The millennium. Not about the millennium. So at first I thought the year 2000 is the year 1999. Now, when these two say the millennium, they're specifically talking about Y2K. In the 1990s, computers universally assumed 1900 and used only the last 2 digits when determining what year it was. 1999 was just read as 99. This meant that when the year 2000 eventually came along, computers would read the year as 1900. You know, basically every little asset of our world is run by computers now. Well, the late 20th century is when all that got started, so leading to much bigger problems. Despite living through Y2K, I didn't really experience it. I was only 8 at the time and had more pressing things to worry about, like whether I would get a blue Game Boy Color or a green one. Said Y2K, I corrected them and said, actually, it's Y2J. It isn't Jericho. But according to those who did it, Y2K wasn't just hysteria. It was a real problem. When I got fixed well before the start of the year. There were computers that had issues, but the damage done was barely noticeable. Said, everyone's known about the millennium for almost a year now. He said to fix this was no problem, and he isn't wrong. Because he has faith in the system.
You know, I have good authority from Murray Hogarth that there will be no disruption.
Chappie says he also isn't for it because he can rely on the system.
Well, I live in a shack. I poop in a house. I eat what I kill. There isn't a Chappie, is there, Chappie?
I can't tell if that's a dig at Chappie's that if Chappie had a wife, there's no way live the way he does. So Hank goes to the boys to talk about Y2K. One Dale of all people says he's got faith that the government will take care of it.
Team USA.
2,000 years, but Dale, you're finally making sense.
Hank, mouth should have been the first time that things were off. Later, Dale is a filthy stinking liar. As expected, he is over-prepared for it.
Gonna catch the big D off guard.
So the loons, but I was always purchasing rations on hand. Strikes to all.
We'll be obtaining fresh, a breeding pair. One of those is a hamster. After a month of eating cockroaches, you will be begging for gerbster.
So gerbster is a real thing. I mean, I don't know if that's what they're called, but they can indeed mate with each other and produce offspring. However, apparently, they didn't try something like this because hamsters have been known to do horrible things when their territory is invaded. We transition to the hills where Bobby and Gwen are helping Peggy.
Although there is no L in Christmas, there is Noel in Christmas.
I see. The second one is N-O-E.
And the answer is to be more instructional, so it's time for a little amateur teaching and humor. What Peggy did was make a witty observation. Noel and Noel sound alike. However, Peggy didn't structure the observation in a humorous way. The first part of the sentence was brought up by the as opposed to leader. This is why our jokes start with a question. Not. This is also saying the same thing twice. Saying something contradictory, that would make the joke twice about it. Lastly, as Bobby demonstrates, the joke is confusing if it's spoken instead of being read. A better iteration would be, why is the word Christmas constantly winning? Because it has Noel. Boom. Triple entendre.
That is very funny, Mom.
Cut! You have died. You are beautiful. You are wonderful. You are stupendous.
What am I doing?
But then laugh. I'm not feeling the laughter. Same scene, but this time, give me the most adorable laugh you can conjure up. Action!
That is very funny, Mom.
Perfect! Hank comes in and invites the family to go out shopping with them. They shoppers. There's a really funny song. Thanks for telling me. To this day, Scott, why does he just run up to the hills, tell them this, leave, toilet paper to the aisle he was supposed to be going to? And yes, I know this toilet paper shenanigan is very similar to what happened during an emergency hit. But toilet paper is that if stored correctly, it doesn't expire for decades. Toilet paper is very disturbing actions, almost make Bobby panic, but because Hank, Bobby's role model, is calm, Bobby calms down as well. However, Bobby overhears their conversation.
I used to work for Dell.
I remember working for a company like Dell would have been a dream come true for me. Now my computer is like dust, but my YouTube play button actually gets me that cha-ching.
Now, can you tell me if it would be Y2K compliant?
Tell me you know very little about computers without telling me you know very little about computers. Even in 1999, the K-Pro was an extremely obsolete product. It came out in the 80s. This is what a K-Pro looks like in IRL, and these are what typical home computers were like in the late 90s and early 2000s. Peggy, it is well past time for an upgrade. As expected, the Dell woman last had
Who is this? Hello.
What happened last night?
A computer?
Notice how Bill is in this shot. Not an accident. This is the first we see of Hank's lack of computer knowledge, which is what motivates his actions later. So Hank and Dale head to the computer store, and remember when it was normal to see people riding in the back of a truck instead of worrying about seatbelt laws all the time?
It's a shame to see all our friends and neighbors acting so selfish.
I mean, if everyone hoards, there will be nothing left to go around.
You and I seem to be the only ones around here that have our heads on straight.
Completely straight.
Those words should have been the second sign that things were off with Dale. Before going to the store, the men drop Bobby off at an arcade whose name I really like.
The machines are down for compliance testing.
Kind of last minute, don't you think? Also, why would you not close the arcade if you were doing that? Bobby goes to play the only available game in the store, Whack-A-Mole. If you know this episode, then you know what this is foreshadowing. Hank and Dale continue to the store and find a computer easily enough, but when they try to ring it up, this thing happens.
Oh, shoot. Our system is down.
Well, just write me out a receipt.
Sir, the computer's down. I can't sell you a computer. I can't check our inventory. I can't lock the front door.
I have a very complicated relationship with this scene, and my New Year's resolution was to resolve many complicated relationships. So let's dive into it. When people watch this clip on YouTube with no context, they mistakenly think it's a message about the ineptitude of the modern employee. Look at that useless modern day employee. Unlike the old timers, he can't problem solve. Now, I do believe that's partially what the writers were going for, because the guy specifically says he can't figure out the sales tax, but that is not the point of the scene. The point of the scene is to demonstrate to Hank how much the world has become reliant on computers and what would happen if they were to fail, because remember, Hank doesn't know anything about computers. He himself doesn't work with computers as much as the rest of the world. Another thing that kind of missed me about the scene is that a lot of people tend to agree with Hank that the guy should just write up a physical receipt. Now, that's not an impossibility, but something like that is dependent upon the business, and the farther we get into the future, the less of an option that becomes. If you've ever worked in retail or in fast food, you know how stressful it is when the computers go down. It's not a matter of not wanting to ring someone up the old-fashioned way because it's harder. It's that the higher-ups usually don't want you to. Computers keep track of a bunch of background information when something is purchased. For a lot of businesses, it's not a simple matter of they bought something, so make sure there's enough money in the register. This scene always gets me a little heated because it reminds me of the days where I used to work these types of jobs. The computers go down and your boss won't let you ring anyone up, but all the customers are complaining to you specifically because you're the closest employee they could find, even though it's not your job to fix the store's computers, but you just use them. Anyway, back on Rainy Street, Peggy finds out Hank went Christmas shopping. Through a kind of sad scene, she tricks Bill into revealing what Hank is getting.
Tell me the part about what Hank is getting me for Christmas.
Computer. I said I'd tell you about the brushes.
Known for following your dreams. Known for keeping with tradition. Known for discovering new places. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can. Keytruda is known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 17 types of cancer, including certain early stage and advanced cancers. One of those cancers is early stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continue alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be
Over at the Gribble House, hey, remember how I said bad things happen when hamsters have their territories invaded?
Not do! How can you do this to me, pup?
Elsewhere at Stricken Cocaine, Hank is getting ready to deal with a panic mom, and he's gonna have to do it without Buck, who abandoned ship.
Hey, Joe Jack, what do you got left in the tanks?
Tanks are tapped down.
I'm going to put a call in to Texas Propane Commissioner Murray Hogarth.
Whoa!
My supplier left me holding the... What? What does this have to do with Y2K?
You promised me there were procedures in place.
And this is what does it. This is what makes Hank get into Y2K paranoia. Murray was the authority figure who told Hank that everything would be fine. When the person you look to for stability starts to panic, it becomes much easier for you yourself to lose your cool. Hank does something that everyone thought he would never do. He abandons his post during a propane emergency.
Forgive me, Lord, for what I'm about to do.
I'm sorry, those are 3 full propane tanks, and Hank is not only carrying all of them, but one under his arm. Feeling really emasculated right now. No wonder my New Year's resolution resolution was to work out more. Hank manages to sneak the propane tanks home and begins to talk to Peggy about Y2K.
Peggy, this computer thing could be big. You were right to be worried.
I am panicked that my old computer is going to drag this family down into the depth of chaos.
Notice the gap in topic here. Hank is talking about Y2K when he says this computer thing, while Peggy is specifically talking about her computer. Hank is panicked and just starts thinking computers are a problem altogether, and Peggy agrees with him, misunderstanding what he's saying.
Yeah, let's get rid of that old...
Right, exactly, I agree. Oh, he's such a
Dale shows up and reveals to Hank that he's been recorded, but after the hamster gerbil fiasco, he's desperate and needs help. Hank at first doesn't want to give it to him, but Dale reveals he knows about the propane tanks. Realizing he and Dale should be in this together, Hank says he knows the guy.
All right, you're going to need your own meat grinder. I'll teach you how to grow your own mung beans and old paper towels.
That's it? This is your go-to guy?
While Chappie was originally calm about not needing the system, Dale points out that it's not just the system he needs to worry about. If it goes down, it will cause a chain reaction of devastating effects that will lead to an apocalyptic society. This gets Chappie just as panicked as the other two, and the three form a plan to work together.
I'll take care of tools and supplies, so you guys are in charge of food.
Hank begins to make changes in his life to prepare his house for the grid going down. Instead of getting Peggy a computer, which he thinks will be useless, he decides to go with a grandfather clock.
What happened to your power drill?
Gone. Got rid of it. Traded it to a fool for a sack of corn.
Bobby, picking up on his panic, begins to panic himself.
We've only got 6 days to stock up on aloe vera quilted toilet paper.
I'll get the truck.
Like I said, when you see the person who you calm start panicking, it makes it much easier for you. Next is the dog pound scene. I'm skipping the dog pound scene. Yes, it's a funny scene, but my New Year's resolution is to force you intellectuals to take some initiative and go watch the episode yourself. Christmas comes to the Hill House, and Hank and Bobby get everyone gifts for the upcoming apocalypse.
Yeah, thanks.
Careful, Luann. They don't call it a mangle for nothing.
Peggy and Luann, however, are not happy with their gifts.
That is not a computer. I do not want a grandfather clock. And I do not want a tenant pivot.
I legit love how Luann was being very polite until she saw Peggy blow up. Bobby has his role model, and Luann has hers. Also, remember at the beginning when there was a hint that a man couldn't be a minimalist if he had a wife? I think they're kind of cementing that now.
Fine. I'll take the grandfather clock. It's a great grandfather clock.
I see what you did there. Hank takes the clock to the garage, and the cinematography makes sure you know the door is closed.
I'll bet you're ready for the Millennium Coach Landry.
Dude, yeah, I'd love to go to Walmart today. I was planning on going by myself just to pick up a case for ancient coins because I want a good display. I want a good display.
I was planning on going by myself to buy a Steam gift card. So.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, you and I are one and the same.
Yeah, one and the same.
Alright, but until then, I just have to play more Risk of Rain.
Oh, finally, dude. Some people. Holy.
Vincent, hey, I gotta buy a Steam gift card. This dude's gotta buy something else. So, what do you say? What do you say we head out today? Just for a little bit.
I'm available. I'm available till like 5, but then like.
Oh. Vincent, try not to be fucking geeked. Challenge.
And then I got I'm going to Starbucks with Ali and Hyatt and Hunter at 6:30 or at 6.
We can probably get Bardia in on it.
So, do we need rides?
I can literally walk.
Do we? Oh, do we?
I could, yeah, because I probably can drive, but it's all up to my parents if they're gonna let me take out my mom's car.
Holy fucking! I don't know if my screen just froze or what happened. Okay, here we go.
What time are we thinking?
I don't know. Probably just right quick. We could probably meet up somewhere at 1.
Yeah, that sounds.
Or I could just pick, like, you guys up.
You could. Yeah, you could pick us up. And since you can drive, that'd be actually kind of nice. Braxton, what exactly were you thinking of getting?
I'm just looking for something to display my ancient coins. Probably, I don't know. I'll just look around.
Here, I'll ask my parents if I can take my mom's car out. Since I don't actually have my own car. Oh, fuck. Never mind. I probably can't give rides, because...
I could probably get a ride. My parents will probably be open to giving
rides
too.
My parents aren't home right.
Dude, are you okay, Vincent? Like, you're fucking choking on something, bro. Are you all right?
Sorry.
I'm also thinking we should probably get like more people on board for like maybe so maybe we can like do something at a hangout.
You're gonna have to message the group chat for that one, buddy.
Well, yeah. Someday love will find you.
Okay. My parents are home, and my van is the only car we have here, and my dad probably won't let me drive my van around. I think they're going. Okay.
Give people some rides.
I overheard my parents talking this morning, and they're talking about some cars, but I don't know if that's why they're going to Arcola, or like what.
Ask your parents if you need to be busy today, because if they're buying you a car, they're probably going to take you along.
No, they're probably going to surprise me, because I've already went to go look for a car, but
alright.
To be honest, my input wasn't really that valuable.
Ask them if you could, then.
Yeah. I just have church at 5. For some fucking reason. I thought I'd skip it today. I guess I'm not.
Why is church so late, bro?
Well, we...
Dude, what is wrong with your voice, bro?
Oh, I just woke up.
It's noon.
Like, buddy aged 40 years for no reason.
I also think I'm a little sick. Again.
Really? Really? I could not tell.
Maybe I can use that as an excuse. But if I say that, then I probably can't go to Starbucks or hang out. What the fuck is this place? What the fuck?
Like, are you okay? Like,
I was yawning.
Who are you talking to right now? Who do you think you're talking to right now?
Oh, I missed.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Yeah, bro. Are you healthy enough to go to a hangout?
I don't even know. To be honest, I think I'm geeked right now, but...
I also need to go to Dollar Tree to pick up a new pair of headphones, since mine just disappeared.
No way they're that cheap because they have the fucking curse of vanishing on them. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they...
Don't ever buy no headphones for $1. Oh, Weston, do you see my headphones around?
I was just trying to avoid talking to him. He just won't shut up. He just keeps entering my room and going, I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. That's all he says.
Only valid.
Not valid.
Weston puberty went.
Alex, do you want to get mercenary? I'm trying to get it right now.
I'm on Risk of Brain right now, man.
Oh, okay. I'm also mid-run anyways.
It's okay. Whenever you die, whenever one of us dies, we can do something mutual.
Yeah.
What
the fuck? Why are there so many Demurians? Get pwned, losers. Alright, healing. I mean, it's gonna be mid, but... I don't know what's wrong with me right now.
It's karma.
I woke up like this. My parents are like forcing me to go to church, and I really don't want to go. I think my parents just got home. Oh,
I am 5 minutes into this run, and I have 2 items.
Yeah. I know, right?
However, with the garage door closed, the fumes in his barn
Sometimes runs do that.
eventually he passes out.
You said 5 minutes?
Yeah, almost 6.
Damn. Do you just not have money to buy it, or?
No, I have
buy
200,
items, or-
and all the upgrades are like 20. I just can't find crates.
There are like usual spots where they usually spawn at. Sometimes they're like in parts of the map where you don't normally expect them to be at.
One word to describe how I feel about these things. Hank watches as all his
Ugh.
go up and risk getting themselves whacked. Hank himself doesn't want to go up and he ruins the others. The only more listening to Hank is Bobby, who is regressing and becoming a baby. You get it? It's a metaphor. Alright, let's get to the Coach Landry moment. Aren't you scared you're gonna get whacked?
Bandit's really good. Once I get mercenary, I'll probably just switch to mercenary full time. But
So I agree with the lesson this dream sequence is trying to teach.
Copy my flow.
It doesn't line up with what Hank is going through in many different ways.
just give me a no and go.
Surrounded by other moles who are eager to go up. Hank tries to convince them not to, but it doesn't work. This is the opposite of what actually happened. In the real
Majin Buu want candy, ah boy.
telling others that they didn't need to work. It was only when his wife, his friends, and his superiors started panicking did Hank finally give in to the mass hysteria. The next thing is that
What the late epic, bro? Come on. Give me something good to eat. Alright, this is the run. I feel it. This is gonna be the run. I can't believe it. Like, for some reason, it always takes like an hour just to get to stage 7. It's ridiculous how hard it is to get mercenary.
I just fell and lost half my health.
Yeah. Depending on how far you fall, scales with your... It basically fall damage. So, like...
Basically fall damage.
Sorry, bro. I'm a little geeked right now.
Oh, I could tell.
But no, it scales with fall damage based on like how far you fall off the map.
Oh my god, I'm getting raped. No, I'm gonna die. Oh, I escaped. Dude, this robot just completely came up from behind and just raped me. Where's my healing drone when I need it?
Are you getting shermed on right now?
I'm getting shermed on because fall damage, basically. I got blasted by that big robot thing's laser.
Yeah, that'll do it.
It's okay, my healing drone's clutch.
Uber poundage. Holy, all of that just for a mid item? Are you serious right now, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb that massive tree. 9 minutes in, we're almost gonna be at medium difficulty. And I have 1 item and 1 scrap. Am I cooking?
Why did you scrap?
Because it was a sticky bomb. And I also
sticky bombs are really good. Are you running Commando or Huntress?
Commando.
You should have kept sticky bomb. It'll help with your. It would have helped with your damage.
It's okay. I have a jade elephant.
Super armor might not help, but it's okay.
Okay, can I reach that little area over there? It looks way too far to jump.
I'm just in awe how you only have 1 item in the starting.
I just don't know where to look. I think maybe
Normally there's always like a set number of chests and stuff that spawn. Ooh, abandoned aqueduct. Ooh. Oh, Mr. Lunar Pod. That's pretty bad. See if I can find a pressure plate. Ow. Jinky minus.
Where's these enemies come from?
No! Damn it. Okay. No, don't hit that.
Why are enemies just so much more resilient all of a sudden?
It probably went up to medium.
Yeah, it did, but like,
God damn it. Fucking hell.
When you sacrifice 50% health to an altar or whatever, does it take, like, if I have 300 total health points, but right now I'm at like 10 health, does it take 5 of my health, or does it take 150?
You have to have like the set of
So it takes 50% of my max health, not my health that I have right now.
It doesn't take it permanently away. It just like takes it away.
I know, but it inflicts that much damage.
Yeah. But it won't let you sacrifice if you can't. Like, God damn it. I fucking. Why are you fucking me? I'm trying to get this stupid gas can.
Remember when I was first playing this game and I said it wasn't going to be that hard?
Did you die?
No, I didn't die. But, Stone Titan? Is this guy dangerous or something?
Yeah, his laser's pretty lethal.
Say that again.
Okay.
Holy shit, his laser is lethal. It's okay, I have Glass Elephant, though. That, like, counters him fully. Alright, we got half health.
Wait, stay close to him, because then he won't do the laser again. You might get butt fucked by his, like, punch, though.
His smash attack? No, I got that. Quarter health? Come on. Shit, no Glass Elephant. Shit! Okay, he did his laser anyway. You will lie, boy. You will lie. I died. Boy,
did you die?
Yes, I died.
Oh, okay.
He still did his laser, bro.
Well, sometimes he do that.
It's okay. I'll do it again, but I'll be Huntress.
Here, are you gonna join?
Never. No, I think I want to run solo. I want to learn the game.
No problemo. I just quit my run, but it's okay.
Oh.
I was only on the second stage anyways.
Jesus, why does she think like that? Why is she so zesty for no reason?
If you want a mod, there's a mod called Thickify that makes all your characters.
Yeah. Okay. Buddy, first of all, I don't need the mod because they already is.
Or you could get the Fatify where it makes all of them like fat.
Why would I get that mod?
They all look like Bowser Inflation, dude. It's funny.
Yeah, I might refund this game now just because you said that.
I don't know. I was watching a dude do like a 5-hour run on this game, and he was talking like I was like halfway through the video, and he starts talking about like what mods he had, and he was like, "Yeah, this one time I got like these 2 mods as a joke on a video, and everyone thought I was a creep when I didn't announce that I had the mods on." was like, bro. Game might be a little freaky. Oh yeah, now I summon elites every time I use a shrine. It's pretty cool. Murney. Where's all my money gone? Why do I have nothing? Bonus crystal. I mean, I'd take the bonus crystal, but don't have money. Oh. Right there, my stone golems. Oh, I got a medkit. Oh.
What do barrels give?
I mean, it's useful for when there's a drought of enemies and I don't have, like, anything to fight.
No, what do barrels give? Like, what?
What barrels?
Barrels. Open barrel.
Oh, those are coins.
But, like, I have to pay coins to open them.
No, you don't.
Oh, you're right, I don't. Awesome.
Let it all go. Free fall. Free fall. Down to the devil and the devil say, hey. Oh, elites. This is my side of the town, buddy. Elites give me a lot of money. Move, die, bro, damn. One. Amber Brooch, Holy Mid. Actually, it's not that bad. Why are you jumping?
Okay, do I get this weird red tetrahedron, this gas can, or this tooth necklace?
The gas can. They not like us. The nude statue
Not
here.
my house.
Alert. Why do I always get the mid? Why do I always get stuck with the mid lunar items?
How the hell did I get 10 lunar frickin'?
Oh, it's because of the challenges I did for you guys.
You keep them between runs?
The lunar coins, yes. The challenges, the items that you unlock that you can get in your runs.
I know the items you don't keep, but the lunar coins keep between runs?
Yes.
So you can save up for one really good run?
Yeah. Usually, a lot of people just save up, just like, you know, just cause. But like,
okay, do I take this little teddy bear looking thing, this little battle standard, or a question mark?
Take the teddy bear. It should be tougher times, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you have a chance of like just not taking any damage when you get hit. Legendary item. Let's go. Legendary item on the first pull. Fire. Fire. Honestly, fire.
I see these like far off things flying in the air. Are those actual enemies or?
Far off things flying in the air? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think they're just part of the background. They just look like little dragons or something.
Yeah, I don't think you can fight those. But Mario, please.
But Mario, please.
Beetle Queen. Thank God. Holy, get cooked. Shaking and bacon, boys.
One wandering vagrant coming right up. Ah, boy.
Oh, be careful. That's actually a really annoying boss. There's a likely chance that you probably will die to it, but...
Wandering vagrant gentle protector. Is that just the description of the boss, or what?
Yeah, that's basically it, yeah. They not like us. I've got this feeling in my bones that goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Oh, wait.
Holy shit, it just did like massive explosion damage in a radius.
Yeah, did you take the damage? Did you get hit?
Yeah, but I'm still kicking.
Yeah. When it does that big blue expansion,
like I don't have any room. I don't have
Did
any
you
room.
die?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
at like 10%, but
the
altar was on a little cliff and there wasn't any room to move, so.
For reference, if you ever fight that boss again, the way to, so when it does that big, gigantic, like, blue spread, that usually that means you need to hide behind something, and then you won't take any, and then it won't hit you. Mario, please. I don't have gasoline. Where is the pressure plate? Oh, the red one has been chosen.
Has been hotel?
No. Alright, I need these bands, guys. Hold on. It's just a... Oh. Mm. Yeah, this pressure plate's the bane of my existence. I'm gonna kill myself, bro. See my pinky, see my thumb, see my fist, you better run.
Okay, Mr. Wandering Vagrant, if that is your real name.
Real. I don't even know where this last pressure plate is. Paper towel now! Interesting.
Oh my god, I almost escaped the damn blast.
Almost.
It's okay, I still have 15 health.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Holy, I'm cooked. I've spent 15 minutes on this level. Oh my.
What happens if I leave the teleporter zone for too long? Does the event restart or something?
No, it just, you can't, it doesn't like progress the teleporter. So there's like no real, like you don't have to stay in the teleporter zone.
50 health? Yeah, help me defend Strong. Oh, I can't activate shit during the teleporter event?
No.
Oh my god. Risk of rain, please. Please stop risking my rain here.
Please, Kaba, I need this. You're kind of the legendary Super Saiyan. Kaba, I just looked at your stream. Why are you trying not to laugh? That's fucked up, man. Please give me something good to eat.
Explosion radius.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm genuinely done if I die here. God, I hate Dune Shredder so much. Absolute worst boss.
No, Wandering Vagrant has to be the worst boss, buddy.
No, you haven't even gone up against the Clay Dune Shredder yet.
Come on. 150? Fucking killed him. Oh my god.
GG. No, you have to do that twice, because you can actually get it a second time.
I did not get it a second time. What do you mean?
In the next area. It can be, depending on which area you get, it could be a boss that summons.
Okay, but now I can go around and buy stuff, right?
Yeah, look around before you teleport to the next area, but the teleporter has to be at 100%.
Okay, I just got to proceed through the teleporter now. But before I do that, I'm gonna go on a bit of a side quest. You can spend as much time as you want. We're looking for loot, right?
Yeah, you can, but I recommend not spending too long because then the difficulty gets too high.
Well, just switch to medium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't stop quoting that voice crack, bro. It's so funny to me.
Is this being recorded right now? Yeah.
Are we live?
Yeah. Poor dude.
I don't feel bad for him. It's funny. Oh my god, dude. Can I have something to eat? No. Oh. Hey.
And I'm in the wetland aspect. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's a map that you might get, Vagrant on again. But this time, I recommend getting most of the items that you can first before you start the boss. Are you a Chit O Yang or a Butler Tuget? What does any of that even mean? Paper towel now. Oh, let's go. Now I have 2 of them.
Say that again.
Don't do that. Why wonder Lila, what's it like in Toronto City? Lepton Daisy, bro. Like, come on, don't give me this stupid shit.
How many can you stack of each thing? 10?
You can stack as many as you can get. So there's no...
So if I get 20 energy drinks.
Yes, you can do that. I saw a person get like 30, like 40 of like one thing. Yeah, you can get like a lot.
Why do these enemies look like Pokemon, bro?
They're not.
Like the shield things look like Pokemon.
They're not. I wonder, Layla, what's it like in Toronto City? Oh, come on. You could say that they're not like us.
Like us. They're not like us. Dun, 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 dun.
Wait, I get it. It's like they not like us, but it's like honk.
Ooh. Fool! Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Elevating the customer journey.
Okay, so I am
Extra profit opportunities.
missing a lot of items. A lot of items in beta 1.8.
Revenue on the table. Fluent goes beyond the checkout.
I'm missing a lot of items.
Optimize the
Oh, however, Apple is obtainable, but I don't want to go waste one of my 3 strongholds, and I also just don't want to spend a lot of time, you know, deleting chunk files and praying that it's one with the stronghold, you know. So these are still unobtainable. InfDev, it's completed. Alpha, it's unobtainable. This one, unobtainables. All of these are actually obtainable. Every single one of these. However, I'm not getting them because I've decided, well, why do adventuring in beta 1.8 when I could do it in the next version with a stronghold? Because at this point I am generating over a stronghold. So we're going to 1.0. Mm.
There was a time when the financial world marveled